Check. 1, 2. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to you to this event jointly hosted by IDC and GBM. The theme and the topic of the event is capitalizing on data and leveraging data and AI to not just survive but really thrive in the digital economy. So during the course of the event today, we'll discuss different aspects of data and how to capitalize data, but also how to leverage data for AI. My name is Ranjit Rajan. I lead IDC's research programs for the Middle East, Turkey, and Africa, and I will be your host and moderator, and also present IDC's point of view during the course of the event today. Before we start with the proceedings of the event, and we have a whole host of speakers and presentations and discussions lined up for you today, but before we get to that, a few points of housekeeping. Firstly, if I may remind you, kindly switch off your mobile phones or keep them on silent. Secondly, after each session, you'll be shown a QR code. So kindly use the QR code from your mobile phones to rate the session. And thirdly, after the event, the lunch buffet will be served after the final panel discussion, and we'll let you know where it's being served and so on. The agenda for today is, as I said, we have a lineup of speakers from IDC, from GBM, and from IBM, who will talk about the various elements of a data-driven strategy and how you can leverage data for thriving in the digital economy. We'll talk about AI and the different elements of AI as well. We'll talk about AI governance. We'll talk about accelerating digital transformation, leveraging data, and what are the challenges and the opportunities that a data-driven economy offers us. Right, so before we get started with the presentations, I would first like to invite onto stage Wasim Suleiman. Wasim is the General Manager for GBM Kuwait. Wasim is going to welcome you and kick off the event. Wasim, yes, welcome.
Thank you. Everyone. Cool. Can I play the video before we start our discussion? All right, please. First of all, thank you for joining us today in this special event of AI and data. Personally, I wanted to share with you this video about Kuwait. So I will start by taking you into the history of Kuwait and GBM. So GBM existed in Kuwait for more than 4 decades. We basically started in the 70s and through IBM, but GBM was established in 1990 actually. And during those days, some of you remember we call the first system of IBM, okay, which is the punch card, and we used to have those days where programs are written on the punch card and be loaded into a system with 64K and 128K. And over the years, we have evolved, and today in many of organization and government, you will see the highest performing machine and the highest resilience machines. Those machines basically can perform 15 quadrillion transactions per second, which they exist in some of those government accounts in Kuwait where we manage a huge number of transactions. Of course, going through present to the future, what you see here basically this on the slides is the quantum, and this is the Q1. Those who remember the old days, the computer was in the size of the data center. Now, IBM has came up with Q1, they call it the Q1, which is quantum computers. And this basically is the future. Of course, you can basically look into it. There is a website from IBM that will also help whoever are interested in developing on quantum computer, because this is the future actually. So again, going back to our partnership, our relation with the organization and with the government, we in GBM in the past conducted many training because we believe in order to progress and meet the challenges required for the IT, you have to have the skills, resources. So we have developed many of training programs and conducted many of them over the years, right from, Fortran and COBOL and Pascal, who are the people of machine language, all the way to, Python and Java and C++ and name it. So we, in GBM, we believe in the resources and development of the skills. And now we're continuing also to launch programs for AI and IA, because we believe the AI is going to be the core for the development and meeting all the challenges we are going to face in the current and the future. And also information architecture, building, the data in such a way so that we can use the data to extract the information required. So all of us basically during COVID time and we faced many of those challenges. The main issue then was to respond quickly and be able to provide the services to the citizen as well as all agencies and all our customers. And that challenge basically put us in a different level of IT. So we started inventing many approaches to provide the services and transform the way we do our daily operations into an automated one, which will serve the customer remotely in order to avoid the spread of the virus. So those are the challenges that we have faced then, and we reacted to those challenges in a reactive mode. Also today we are facing some geopolitical issues that is basically, the wars and everything, which impose on countries to operate independently, as well as in a we call it hyper automation connections, that a country should operate independently and at the same time be connected remotely to the world. So those are the challenges that we are facing today. And we will share with you today the methodology and approach how to overcome those challenges. And to start with a very important methodology, we call it data monetization. And I don't know how many of you heard the term data monetization. Data monetization is nothing but, bringing direct or indirect financial returns from the data, right? So this is the approach of data monetization. We need basically to generate financial returns out of this data. And how we gonna do this? There are basically three basic things to remember. One is what we call improve. So we use the data to improve our processes, to improve our revenue, to reduce our costs. So this is a methodology for improving the organization. The other approach is wrapping the data. Well, basically when we capture the information of the data and we attach it to the product that we are selling, and that's what will give a value for the product. The third one is basically selling the data. And selling the data, there are many areas where we can basically use the data as a fuel to sell it to generate a financial income. So having those three methods, whether it's improve or wrap or selling data, will set up the strategy for data monetization. And you see, many of organizations, and I'm talking about a big organization, Google, Oracle, they have adopted this methodology. And to adopt the data monetization approach, you have to go through a journey. And basically, you have to set the strategy for data monetization. And this strategy falls into four categories. Either you need to have an organization to be operational, you need to optimize the operation within the organization, and that's basically using the improving methods we spoke about. Or you want your organization to be customer focused. So you have to basically use the wrapping of the data plus improving of the data. The third strategy is basically you want your organization to be information business. And this basically requires the three components that we have mentioned: improving, wrapping, and selling. And the last one is to be the future ready. And of course, the future ready is the ultimate goal. But each of this strategy would require an organization to build their capabilities, right? There are 5 capabilities in any data monetization approach. And those capabilities that we are going to talk about today they exist in any organization, by the way, in partial or as a holistic. But in this view, we can basically connect everything within the organization using that data monetization approach. And we will be proactive in addressing any challenges in the future that we will face. So the first capability that we are going to talk about is what we call data assets. So how many of you have today data, structured data, and they have basically social data? And the challenge is basically how to capture information from the data, right? So you need to build your master data, you need to basically to integrate the data, and you need to curate the data. Now, and the word curate the data is basically understanding the relation within the data. That's what what they call a taxonomy and ontology of the data, right? So we need basically understand the data in a certain department within business, how is it related to the other and to the third. So if we manage to understand the relations between the data, then we can start capturing the information out of this data. That's why, and we can trust the data. It's very important that when you build a data asset is to trust the data that you are building. And of course, what is better than IBM tools to build this data assets? And IBM and my colleague will share with you today how we can build this data assets, whether starting from data warehouse to MDM and moving forward. The second layer or challenge, which is I'll call it capability, which is very important, is the data platform. And the data platform is nothing but your technology. Today, we are all heard about hybrid cloud, cloud or hybrid cloud. It's very important to understand that due to the geopolitical situation that's taking place in the world, countries has to build their cloud and organization on their premises, which we call it private cloud. Yet, does not mean that you cannot connect to the world, and that's in the hybrid mode you can do that. And again, building those technologies, we use IBM and the infrastructures, what is most resilient and most powerful machine in the world. It's basically nothing but the Z box, and those teams who have the Z machines, they understand what I'm talking about. And also some of you have also the power machines of IBM, also a powerful machine. This is not enough to have the infrastructure. We need today to build the cloud on that environment, on the infrastructure, and therefore we used what we call OpenShift. With OpenShift, we start building the cloud environment and enable the environment to run in what we call containerizations and Dockers in order to host your application on those Dockers and containers in a microservices development. So this is a second capability which is very important, and most of you are doing it within your organization, but the point is everyone needs to start adapting the changes to meet the challenges and the demand, because remember always, challenges are dynamics. Every time we have challenges, we need to address it. And most of you, your boss will come to you, ask you, I need this yesterday. So you need to be able to have that agility and resilience to respond. So building that capabilities, which is data model, is very important. The third one, which basically is the data science. On the data science, basically, all of us, we generate reports, and then we have dashboard, and then statistics, and then the AI. And I will talk a little bit more on the AI on the second slide, but this is an important capability because through the data science, we can understand the information from the data and we can capture it from that. Moving forward, we have the what we call governance, where we basically, in any organization, we need to secure the data. We need to understand who is accessing what and where, other data, and give the privilege. And that capability also, integrates with the overall capabilities. And also, we have within IBM tools for that. The last one is you need to understand your customer. For the private sector, for the financial, for the government, all of us, we have customers. And it's very important to meet the customer expectation. How do you know that your customer requires? You need to use automation, for example, chatbot, RPA. So those are the tools that you will use to integrate with your customer and understand his demand and needs. Having said that, those are 5 capabilities. Any organizations that builds those 5 capabilities, will become what we call data-driven organization, okay? So that's basically the key for becoming a data-driven organization. Okay. Okay, so I said that we're going to talk a little bit about the AI, but the team will share with you down the road, what are those in details. But, AI in general, it needs to be trusted. It's like the data. When you build an AI module, you have to trust that AI module. And basically, how would you trust it? Is the outcome. We all know that we build the AI module to predict some information from the data that could be to a certain percentage correct. So we say that module gives us 90% or 91%. So that gives us basically the information. So the AI, there are 4 types of AI that we normally build and use. One is us, we are using it. It's basically called AI tools. When you write your word, you use the word processing. You see the correctness comes next to you as you type. This is basically a tool. This is an AI tool, AI used as a tool. AI could be used as an assistant, right? So, and again, in making decision, because in our organization, we use the computer and we use the programs and the AI to help us make a proper decision. But this will not replace the human decision, because no matter how intelligent is the AI module, it still requires a human intervention. And the third type basically is what we call AI as a peer, which is more advanced. It takes decision on its own, like the insurance. Basically, somebody can talk to a machine in the back end, not knowing that he's talking to a machine in reality, okay, and can take the entire process, complete the entire process without him, and this is a case have happened worldwide. The fourth one, which basically is the manager, we call it the IAM manager. For example, the traffic light. Traffic light is something that, manage the entire traffic without a human intervention. So those are the 4 types of AIs, which basically in the market. Now, what are those AI? AI start with machine learning, supervised learning, and unsupervised learning, and the list goes on. The difference between each of these modules, whether machine learning or supervised learning or unsupervised, is the level of data that we feed to the modules in order to return the result to us. So we start with machine learning, and we have data, and we use this data to predict what will happen, and what is, for example, you go to a website and you purchase any of items that you require. So there is an AI in machine learning that is running that can tell what is your favorite based on your activity, based on the data, information that being captured from the data that you have executed on the website. So those are basically, we start with what we call machine learning. Supervised learning is basically you set a specific type of data and you push it through the modules and it will give you a result out. I'm sorry, I don't have time to go through the whole, but there will be an AI documents that we will share with you that explain all of these details. Now, everybody captured the concept of data monetization. The question here is, where should I start? And everybody, find this challenge. Should I basically start across the organization or vertically within the organization to start developing those capabilities within the organization? And by the way, to develop the capabilities of different 5 capabilities, you require 2 things. You require domain experts, right, who understand the business very well, and you require a data scientist who understand the data. And of course, the rest of the team who will help in the other. But those are the 2 important in building those capabilities. They have to work together in a journey, in a race. We call it race with milestones, and you monitor the achievement. So where should I start? There's a chart here will help you to identify the area where you can start. Look at the business or the process that is less cost and have high value for organization. Okay, and there where you start. And like I said, you can start across or you can start basically vertically within one department of your organization. Okay, so after understanding or building the capability of data monetization, now to address the challenges, everybody heard or the words digital transformation. We need to do transformation. We need to use data to transform all of this. So digital transformation is nothing but transforming areas of operations, first in the customer experience. So we transform digitally the experience for the customer in order to satisfy his need. And this is basically one of the challenges that has been done during the COVID by one of the ministries, where we have the pandemic was hitting everyone, and then what they have to do is they start launching, those different mobile applications through which, citizen can understand and access the for vaccination, for many things. And many government entities build those platforms to help change the customer experience. The second part of digital transformation is the operational processes. So within organizations, you need basically to set up, okay, I need to change with my processes, my internal operations. Okay, because this, again, like I said, using the 5 capabilities will improve, and will make you achieve your strategy for the organization. The last one basically is changing the business model, and basically this is to address all the market needs and demand. And in that essence, I'm just going to share with you one model regarding what we call ecosystem for hybrid automation. And that, in any environment, the first thing that you want to look is identify the department. We said we want to work on vertical one process within one department. And I have here example of a financial trade, okay? Automation of a financial trade, where you see, first, you need to identify the area where you want to automate. And in this example is the trade financial workflow process. We need to automate this. Then the second step is we need to apply, automation on that process. And you can see in this here basically where the workflow, the complete workflow from capturing the document to loading it into the website. Then we have the OCR, which basically read the data, transform it into, digitize it. And then we have basically the IBM content, our data cap that captured with transform it using the OCR. And then we have after that the content manager, which basically takes the data and classifies them. And then this is basically where automations are being applied. Now we need to extend the automation using the AI. And you see here basically we have Watson Discovery with the NLP, okay, which is a natural language processing or natural language processing that will understand the sentiment of the data that are provided. And the last one of automations is the Watson Studio, where basically it will we'll do a security check on the transaction, whether it's healthy or not, and then take it out and connect it to the application and process it. So this is a live example, okay, and there are many of those examples where we automate the entire process. We identify the area of automation, we apply the automation, and then we extend the knowledge through the AI. And that's basically just to give you a view of how automations are being done and what we can do in different area on different departments of the business. Of course, there's a lot of example, a lot of solution around this. So with this, basically, I'm closing my session, and I just want to, before I give you the last word, just want you to remember 3 things. First of all, we need basically to, the challenge, understand our challenge. We need to use a proactive methodology to address the challenge, which is, I shared with you today, the data monetizations. Okay, and then the third one, when we build the data monetization capability, we will be able to automate and respond in a resilience to the challenges, whatever the challenges in the IT industry that you will face in the futures can be addressed. And that's, we end up with this slogan, we must create business strategies for digital world rather than creating a digital strategy for the business. So thank you very much, and I will have Mr. Ranjit now to continue the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wasim. Very, very insightful presentation to kick off. Okay, right, let me just move this. Right, so please scan the code to rate the session. You can do that from your mobile phones. I'll give you a moment to scan the code. Your feedback is very, very important and useful. All right, so next up, I would like to give you, IDC's point of view on digital transformation. I'll talk about digital transformation, but also then talk about some of the things that Wasim touched upon in his presentation, and how the imperative for most organizations to build a data-driven structure and architecture, and then how that can be extended to leverage AI. So in my presentation, I'll share IDC's point of view, but also some of our most recent research from the region on these topics. So needless to say, we are truly, well and truly in a digital economy. With IDC, we size the opportunity around the digital economy, and we believe that this year, around 60% of the global economy will be based on or influenced by digital. And this is quite visible in this region and globally as well. Now, this also means that the investment in digital transformation continues to accelerate. And if you look at digital transformation investment as a share of IT investment, by the end of 2024, this will be about 55%. So about 55% of all IT spending will be directed towards digital transformation spending. And as that investment in digital continues to increase, what we see is that leading organizations are improving or increasing their maturity of digital transformation. They're increasingly moving from what we call as a digital transformation or digitally transforming towards running a digital business. And as operations, as revenues increasingly become more and more digital, organizations or leading organizations are increasingly focused on running a viable digital business. We see that digital transformation has shifted from digital transformation 1.0 and 2.0 towards digital first. So in digital transformation 1.0, it was really about leveraging technology for specific business outcomes and specific business use cases. But now it's really about taking a digital first approach towards various dimensions of the business. So if you look at your business as a consolidation of various functions, including finance and customer experience and operations and so on, how do you take a digital first approach to every initiative that you take across those dimensions of the business? That's what leading organizations are doing. And now that means that increasingly the metric to measure the success of business and the success of a digital business will become the share of revenues from digital channels, from digital products and digital services. So we're seeing that as the investment in digital continues, that the key metric for measuring the success of a digital business will shift towards the share of revenue from digital services, products, and channels. Here in the region, the pandemic, of course, was a key catalyst for acceleration of digital transformation. We've seen a significant number of organizations take a digital-first approach. And a digital-first approach means considering or taking up digital options over non-digital options when it comes to new initiatives. And looking ahead, what we see is that organizations in the GCC are prioritizing key areas for their digital transformation. So they're looking at, firstly, of course, accelerating their digitalization of their operations. That includes, business process reengineering, or increased automation, increased focus on efficiencies within operations, leveraging digital technologies. Secondly, they're looking at scaling up and generating more and more insights from their data. And we'll talk a lot more about that during the course of the day. So how do you not just generate actionable insights from the data that you have, but also accelerate insights at scale and make that available to the frontline staff across the organization? Thirdly, how do you, gain or derive a greater share of revenues from digital products and services? And then new business models. And I'll talk about how organizations are focusing on new digital business models to thrive in the digital economy. And then, of course, hybrid work. We've seen the accelerated shift towards remote work in the aftermath of the pandemic, but now we see different flavors of hybrid work. And how do you manage those different flavors of hybrid work across different industries in the economy? We also begin to see organizations prioritizing sustainability, given the sustainability goals and the focus on environmental, social, and governance priorities within organizations. We are seeing that many organizations are looking at digital and digital technologies to support sustainability. Looking ahead, we think that there are three key themes that will underpin digital-first strategies of organizations in the GCC. The first is customer experience and reimagining customer experience. Secondly, designing innovation models based for the digital economy. And thirdly, architecting ecosystem and in collaboration partnerships. I'll talk briefly about each one of them. The first is reimagining customer experience. So what we're seeing is that organizations are increasingly looking to string together customer journeys leveraging digital. As the number of channels of interaction with customers increases and shifts more and more towards digital, organizations are trying to stitch together these different customer touch points seamlessly to offer end-to-end customer journeys. Secondly, they are looking to scale up, but also to enrich and enhance their current customer digital channels, be it mobile apps, be it websites and web portals and online platforms and so on. How do you enrich the experience on those online platforms? Thirdly, improving customer segmentation and analytics by leveraging AI, machine learning, and so on. But also we are seeing that organizations are now increasingly focusing on enterprise-wide customer experience. Customer experience often tends to be very siloed and very limited to certain functions within the organization, such as customer care, customer service, sales, and so on. And I think increasingly leading organizations are looking at customer experience end-to-end and looking at developing new enterprise-wide strategies, KPIs, metrics, and so on for customer experience. And also, as we've seen that after the pandemic, as consumers began to return to in-person interactions, now the question is, how do you reimagine the physical experience in the context of digital? How do you digitize the physical experience? And how do you seamlessly connect the physical and the digital experiences? And that's a significant challenge. And of course, personalization. Personalization, using analytics and AI and so on. It's often very, very difficult to achieve very good personalization, and there are a lot of reasons why personalization fails, but this is a key focus in order to offer personalized products and services. The second key focus area that leading organizations at GCC will prioritize is designing innovation models. So what we've seen is that over the last few years, we've seen that we've seen the growth of the digital economy. We've seen a plethora or a large number of digital, born digital startups disrupt various supply chains in various industries. So these digital startups are nibbling away at the supply chains within various industries. And these include across different areas, including e-commerce, fintech, buy now, pay later, direct-to-consumer, food delivery, cloud kitchens, you name it. Across different supply chains, we've seen the emergence of these startups. And these startups are disrupting the supply chains, and these are disrupting the business models of traditional incumbent organizations in various industries. Now, the traditional organizations are responding by focusing on innovation. Many of the leading organizations are developing their innovation labs. Many of them are collaborating with other entities outside their organization or outside the ecosystem to drive greater innovation. And this is a key area of focus in order to not just survive, but also thrive in the digital economy. Many of them are looking to acquire and partner with these startups as well. And thirdly, this architecting ecosystem collaboration is absolutely critical. I think organizations now do realize that they cannot by themselves offer the digital value that their customers need, be it in government, be it in financial services, any other sector. It's almost impossible for a single organization to deliver all the value, the business value that the customers need. And so we're seeing organizations reach across the aisle, work with their peers in the same industry or outside the industry to jointly develop new applications, new products and services. Many of them are now reaching out outside the industry to work with organizations outside the industry. They are looking to expand the number of partners that they have in the industry. They're sharing more data with their partners in the ecosystem and creating new revenue streams and business models to thrive in this digital economy. And we're seeing that as a result of those key digital transformation trends, we're seeing a significant investment in analytics in order to generate those insights at scale that I spoke about in the region. So the key drivers for investment in analytics, first of course, is customer service, and that's often the first area of focus. But also cost optimization across the operations and various lines of business, and to drive efficiency to identify customer and consumer behavior and trends and consumption patterns and so on and so forth. Now, this brings us to AI, and we're seeing increased adoption or accelerated adoption of AI here in the GCC. So we're seeing that almost 50% of CIOs that we surveyed are planning to increase their investments in AI over the next 12 to 18 months. And there are several key AI applications that they're investing in. Now, this includes chatbots and conversational AI agents that you probably come across from your bank and government and other services, but also digital assistants, which will augment the customer service agent or the employee. We're also seeing investments in recommendation engines to deliver next best actions and next best offers, prediction and forecasting, augmented analytics, of course, but also in process automation. So increasingly, a lot of the RPA, or robotic process automation, is being embedded with AI and to make it more intelligent process automation. Now, AI adoption worldwide has, of course, you probably have seen and read about this, has been accelerating significantly and in different areas. So I'll talk about some of those. And then some of our, as IDC, we've made some predictions on where AI is headed over the next few years. So firstly, of course, AI is increasingly being infused into various functions or line of businesses within the organization. And we will see this accelerating. We'll see increased use of AI and machine learning across different business functions, including finance and HR and operations and customer service, supply chain, and so on. So that is increasingly spreading out and accelerating. The second is the use of AI for worker productivity. And this is the combination of human expertise with AI, machine learning, NLP, and in pattern recognition, and so on, to create what we call as foresight. Going beyond insight to develop foresight, which is more forward-looking. within the organization. And that will improve productivity significantly. So we predict that by 2025, this will make workers 25% more productive and effective. This availability of foresight. Thirdly, conversational AI. We've seen conversational AI in the form of chatbots and so on, and that's constantly improving. What we're seeing now is that conversational AI is now able to address multiple languages, and that becomes very, very important for the adoption of conversational AI across the world. There'll be advanced language models and so on that are being incorporated into conversational AI. The other area where AI is making an impact is in environment, social, and governance areas, and primarily in the area of sustainability. Given the amount of data that is available on climate change now, and that continues to increase, and as organizations invest in the sustainability goals, they will be gathering a lot more data on their sustainability metrics and so on. And this data is really pure gold for AI applications. And so we will see increased use of AI to generate more insights and more efficiency in delivering some of these sustainability goals. AI regulations are improving, but AI regulations often tend to be very regional and very local, depending on the needs of that country or that region, and what is allowed and what is not allowed. What is ethical and what is not ethical tends to vary a little bit across different regions. And so that often the clarity of policy and regulations helps the adoption of AI, but at the same time the lack of consistency across these AI regulations in different parts of the world often can hamper adoption as well. And finally, we'll see that leading organizations increasingly focusing on AI lifecycle management. This is about operationalizing their machine learning workflows through creating machine learning ops or ML ops, and creating open model ops functions within their organizations on the one hand to deliver AI machine learning at scale. And secondly, to use AI to observe and manage their IT infrastructure. So the use of AI ops in IT infrastructure management becomes critical as well. So we'll see those two kind of imperatives come through. If we would look at what are the key areas to focus on as an organization, as an enterprise, when you develop your AI strategy, we recommend that you focus your AI strategy on across five key dimensions: vision, people, process, technology, and data readiness. I'll walk through each one of them. So firstly, vision. It's critical for successful AI strategies to have an enterprise-wide strategy, having an AI-first culture to many of the new initiatives, new processes that you want to automate. Alignment with business goals is critical, so that AI is able to show outcomes. So your AI projects have a clear ROI and an outcome, and it's able to create value across the organization. From a people perspective, it's critical to invest in AI skills, of course, but then have these AI skills distributed across the organization, not just within IT, but also to have AI skills and data skills within the lines of business as well. So the alignment between IT and the line of business functions, be it finance, HR, operations, manufacturing, and so on, becomes absolutely critical. And all of this needs to be coordinated. And typically, you should look at, going forward, a center of excellence around AI that's able to coordinate these processes and functions across these different lines of business. And then, of course, look at ways to use AI across different new business processes. So as you look to automate new business processes, think about an AI-first approach to that. And then from technology point of view, look at an enterprise platform which is able to bring together these various AI use cases, AI capabilities, and so on. And then structured operationalization of AI and machine learning is absolutely critical. How do you scale this up? And building in, operationalizing this at scale is important. It also builds in explainability. explainability of AI is absolutely critical. So once you structure the operationalization, you're able to build in explainability. And then, of course, data. We'll talk a lot more about data readiness for AI. And without data readiness, AI becomes very, very difficult to implement across the organization. So data acquisition, data preparation, and then offering data preparation and data acquisition as a service to various lines of business within the organization. Looking at bias assessment and remediation on a continuous basis. Because bias is one of the biggest inhibitors of greater AI adoption. So how do you ensure low bias with across your data sets and across your AI algorithms? Risk and security management needs to be comprehensive and across the organization in order to deliver AI at scale. Now, data challenges, of course, can be a key inhibitor to the widespread or increased or accelerated adoption of AI. And there are several challenges with regards to data that organizations in the GCC face today. There's a lack of skilled resources that are able to work on data. So there's a paucity of data analysts for developing algorithms or working on data models and so on. There's a lack of tools in many organizations. There's not sufficient tools to do better reporting and analytics. Data visibility and lineage is often a big problem. When we talk to CIOs in many large organizations, they have very poor visibility of data lineage. That is, where does the data come from? What are all the various types of data that are within the organization? So in many cases, the CIOs do not have awareness of where that data is or what data is touched by the organization. And so the visibility into data lineage is absolutely critical. That's a big challenge. And then, of course, the different formats of data, structured, semi-structured, unstructured data, and increasing the volume and variety and velocity of data is of course, a key challenge. Now, in order to move along this data maturity curve and to improve data maturity, we at IDC, we have a 5-step maturity model. So here, starting with the ad hoc space, or the first stage is ad hoc, where many organizations are still in the ad hoc stage, where they have significant silos of data, where there are data quality and integration issues. And then some organizations have moved on to the opportunistic stage, where they have data warehousing and analytics. Data is somewhat, transactional data is somewhat managed, and this basic reporting and analytics that are provided. Fewer organizations are in the repeatable stage, where they've architected a data framework, and this data framework is then able to look at external and internal data, structured and unstructured data, and provide security around that. Very few organizations have moved on to stages 4 and 5, managed and optimized stages. Very few organizations have put together an integrated data platform, which provides universal access to data across the organization and to partners, and provide self-service analysis or analytics. And then, in the optimized stage is where you have an intelligent core at the center of all of this. The intelligent core then has all the various data and AI capabilities, including all the machine learning models and algorithms, all the analytical tools, the data platforms, and so on, that is then able to support high frequency and streaming decision making, and also become more autonomic rather than become more autonomous. So we move from automation to more autonomy, and that shift will happen when organizations move to stage number 5, where they have an intelligent core. What we recommend is that organizations take a holistic approach to data and intelligence, and for this we recommend putting together or architecting a data control plane. So a data control plane provides an overlaying architecture that supports data, different data processes and different management areas within data. So it brings more management and control for people and processes in their behavior with data. So how do you, so you typically have your databases, your data lakes, your data streams, and third-party data, and so on. And there are different things that you do on top of the data, including data engineering, data policy management, and then you have the intelligence layer on top of that. So the control plane brings that overarching architecture in order to drive data engineering, data compliance and policy management, and then of course the continuous delivery of data for AI and machine learning algorithms and models and so on. And then of course it also provides full data observability, which is critical for managing the data strategy. Right, so let me conclude my presentation with a few points of essential guidance. Firstly, adopt a digital-first approach. This is more really about a mindset and culture more than technology, really. So how do you drive that mindset and culture within the organization? How do you reimagine customer experience in the context of the digital economy? How do you create new innovation models, internally and externally? And how do you drive greater ecosystem collaboration, reaching out to partners and peers within the industry, but also outside industry, sharing data and so on, and working on new products and services. Secondly, taking a holistic approach to data, the data control plane becomes critical. How do you go beyond the traditional assets of data and creating more governance, policy management, across data engineering, and then observability of data, and creating that overlaying architecture for data management. Thirdly, taking a more strategic approach to AI, rather than looking at AI in silos and for specific use cases with short-term gains, take an enterprise-wide approach to AI. Understand the availability and quality of data for AI. So can you provide that data that's required to deliver those AI use cases? And then finally, look at skills and talent. There is, of course, a global race for talent, especially in these areas, especially the areas of data science and model development, AI, algorithm development, and so on and so forth. So build these skills, but also partner with relevant partners in order to increase the talent density in these new areas. So with that, I've come to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Okay. So again, please take a moment to rate the session. All right, so thank you so much for that. Let me now introduce our next speaker. I would like to introduce Mr. Mohammad Al-Shanawani, Regional Sales Leader, Hybrid Cloud, Data and AI, and Automation at IBM. Mohammad, welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Forward.
Assalamu alaikum. So, as mentioned by Ranjit, thank you. Thank you so much, Ranjit, for the presentation. My presentation today will be about AI governance, which is a very important topic. You heard Ranjit presenting today the importance of deploying AI everywhere. You heard Ranjit saying that AI should be in HR, in finance, in other departments, in supply chain. So AI is infused everywhere, meaning AI is applied wherever it's possible. AI today is a reality. It's proven in multiple organizations, in many organizations. Now, with the infusion of AI everywhere, in every single department, and with every single user, it is very important to consider how you monitor everything that has to do with governance. So AI governance is about monitoring AI across its implementation, because this is important. If we are going to infuse AI everywhere, then we need to have the right monitoring tools in place. So my first slide will be about the importance of data and what are the inhibitors for data decision making. Data is very important today to drive innovation. Data will drive innovation if it's considered that as a differentiated asset. A differentiated asset is a data that is complete, that has lineage, as has high data quality. If you manage to have complete data, quality data, lineage, data lineage, then you are capable today of driving innovation based on data. You are going to transform your organization to be a data-driven decision-making organization. Something that every organization today, every enterprise is aspiring. Now, if we agree that data is very important to drive innovation, then we need also to see what are the inhibitors of transforming your organization digitally to support data-driven decision maker. And the inhibitors are many. So the first inhibitor we have is that surveys are confirming that 68% of customer data is not analyzed today. It means that AI can still scale in organization to analyze more and more data sets. 82% of our customers are reporting that they face data quality issue that inhibits them from adopting AI across their enterprise. It's another issue. Surveys are also confirming that our customers are spending 80% of their time in order to prepare and clean data. And I think this is a wasted time for many of our customers. They might not have the right tools, the right platforms, but it's a big issue for many of the customers. 82 enterprises are confirming they have data silos. Anyone here working in banking? Many working in banking. Getting data from a department to another is a nightmare. Each department will try to keep the data in his department and will prevent sharing. The data that is collected in a department is different from the other. The credit risk team will collect the data, the CRM team will collect another data, the loan team will collect another data, and so on. Even the data that we are collecting about the same customer is not the same per department. So this is creating data silos. I have the same data grouped in a different way in different departments where the ego or data control is in place, so there is no sharing. There is no unified view. This is inhibiting the progress and the adoption of AI across organizations. We mentioned that data complexity is the main inhibitor that does not allow the progression or the use of data. But also surveys are highlighting that there is a huge gap between customer expectation and between the reality. When you go to most of the customers and you ask them how many cloud relationships you have, they probably mention that we have 2 cloud relationships, when in reality they have more than 8 relationships. When you ask customers about how many SaaS applications they have, they will probably say that we have no more than 100 applications. Reality of the matter, they will have more than 364 applications. There is a term in the market today called SaaS sprawl. SaaS sprawl is that everyone is adopting SaaS across, as Ranjit mentioned, across finance, across HR, across many business users. They keep buying SaaS. However, they are unable to control it. It's a sprawl, too many applications in place. Funny enough, many of our customers that I meet, and I ask them, where did you start your cloud journey? What cloud solution do you have? They usually say, we don't have cloud. It's not allowed in country. We are not using it. You go and ask them simple questions, starting from Microsoft 365, and they say, no, it's not cloud. Yeah, it's a cloud solution. Microsoft 365 connects you to the cloud. If you think you are not connected to the cloud, you are wrong. You are connected to the cloud. This is a simple application. Apply that to HR, apply that to finance, to procurement. Each department today will have his own SaaS solution, and it's not controllable. We see with customers that SaaS, there is a SaaS sprawl, a SaaS growth. Another gap between expectation and reality is the data source. When we ask our customers how many data sources you have today, they will report we have maybe 400, when in reality they have more than 1,000. All this is adding data complexity. How do I centrally manage this data? How do I manage my environment? How I reduce complexities? These are the questions that we have. Now again, speaking about data complexity, anyone in here having IBM Data Stage or any ETL solution? Okay, so I'm not guilty in this country. I didn't do anything wrong. So for years, we have been offering our customers ETL technologies. Export, transform, load. What do we do with ETL? We keep copying data. Every user wanting data, we give him data. We keep copying data. We are contributing to the problem of data complexity. When we offered them ETL, it was the best invention of technology in place. You take a database, you transform it in a way, you load it to another user, and he's putting it in production. Lovely technology. But what did we do? Every user created sets and new data sets, maybe copied, maybe can be shared with others. But we did not tell them, we did not put central governance to give them a unified view so that they know that this data exists, that this data is shareable and available for other users. We were criminal when we offered this technology, but we didn't have options. Today, with data governance, we can centrally manage these copies and reduce the complexities. A common reality today, when we go ask the customers about what is your data and AI strategy, most of our customers would respond, say, you know what, we don't have really a data and AI. We have what we call a piecemeal approach. A piecemeal approach is basically when you put bits and pieces of technologies across department. Most of our customers, they would have multiple relationships with data and AI providers, where the systems of record is not centralized. You have multiple systems of records distributed between and used by multiple applications. This lack of centralization, this lack of unified view creates complexity. And the more the organization grows, the more the complexity grows, the more the data management becomes a bigger issue for organizations. This is a typical environment. The spaghetti you see is a distributed system of record, distributed application, tons and tons of same data being copied across the enterprise. Now, we presented the complexity, data complexity, architecture complexity. We presented that. Now, is there a solution? Yes. In IBM, we have a prescriptive approach to address this problem. We call it the Data Fabric Reference Architecture. Data Fabric is not an IBM product. Data Fabric is an industry term that we believe in IBM. It's a technology that allows you to abstract the complexity surrounding data and your information architecture in order to maximize the usage of your data. So we are not asking you to adopt a single vendor kind of implementation. This is an industry term, and we do have the products that work with other non-IBM products to support it. Now, a reference architecture based on Data Fabric will do two important things. It will allow you to do the governance on, and compliance to centrally define it, but will allow you to execute in a distributed way. So this is utopia. You still keep your relationship with SAP, with Oracle, with Microsoft and others. However, you centrally define the reference architecture, a data fabric, that will allow you to have a central view and unified view of your data. This is amazing, because we are not asking you to drop your existing relationships. We're asking you to complement the existing relationship, to augment the value of the data that you have today. The promise of Data Fabric will bring you a better way to optimize data access, a unified view, and it will help you the automation of data delivery to the users that you have in your organization. Now, Ranjit mentioned about the regulators and the regulatories. You might not have a data law. You might not have an AI framework in Kuwait, but it's coming. And if you learn from the experience that we have globally, if you learn from the experience we did regionally in Saudi, in Egypt, in UAE, we learned a lot of experience in this territory on how do we do AI governance, how to comply with regulators and authorities, how to make sure that the AI that we are delivering to you is a trustworthy AI. How do I build an organizational confidence that when I put AI in production, that is trusted by users? It is very important when we implement AI that we trust that you are transferring decision making from a human to a machine. When you transfer the decision making from a human to a machine, you need to give an organizational confidence to trust the data. As we mentioned, AI governance and the definition, it's very important to understand why AI governance is extremely important in production. Anyone has a Tesla car? No Teslas? Do you have Tesla in Kuwait? No Tesla in Kuwait. Okay, so Tesla is arguably the best autonomous car in the market. Autonomous means what? Autonomous means that Tesla is using AI. They use AI in every single decision making. When you put AI governance in place, Tesla is able to convince the regulators and the authorities that they have produced responsible AI that will help, that will not allow a killing of a human. If an accident happens, Tesla needs to go to regulators and go and say, this is my data, this is my model, I need to produce it immediately for regulators to say, this accident was not caused by the machine, this accident was, I put the right governance and compliance in place so that the accident does not happen. This is a clear AI governance case. Taking the model, taking the data, put it in a PDF file, giving it to the regulators is the power of AI governance. You can in AI, you can justify how did you come up with this result. You can use it from a lesson learned for the future. This is a clear example for that. Another example, regulators, maybe the Central Bank of Kuwait would come and say to a bank, we have bank attendees in here, maybe the Central Bank would come and say, prove to me that your loan department is not biased for male against female. Prove to me why did you decline the loan request of a female. We believe that we need you to prove that you were not biased. You are not in a culture or a bank that prioritizes male over female. And when this question happens, you need to be able to produce an AI governance report that proves that you were not biasing male over female. Ranjit also mentioned that about from IDC, bias. Bias is extremely important. AI governance is one of the solutions to prove that you have no bias. You don't need regulators to question you to come up with the logic on how did you come up with this result. You need to be ready. So you need to operationalize your AI governance and compliance all the time. Now, AI governance has 3 pillars. You heard them all from IDC. Number 1, lifecycle management. No one is like IBM when it comes to end-to-end data management, end-to-end AI management. Lifecycle management is extremely important. Second, risk management. Third pillar is regulatory compliance. We have the right products in IBM to provide you solutions and services that help you with the 3 pillars of AI governance. Now, where to start from? Most of our customers might be new in their AI journey, might be new in their AI governance journey. In IBM, we do believe in innovation. And the innovation comes, we have a department in IBM called client engineering. Client engineering is a department in IBM that is solely focused on developing MVPs, nurturing and maturing new technologies in customer side. If you are interested in client engineering, let us know, let GBM know, and we will help you bring our client engineers to run workshops with you to support your innovation, to prepare your data, co-create. We will co-create with you with different stakeholders from business and from IT. And once we have an MVP, a minimum viable product, we will put it in production and hand it over to you completely. We provide this client engineering service for all our customers. Just let us know and we'll be happy to support you. Having said that, I think I'm done with my presentation. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it. Thank you IDC for the organization. Thank you GBM. And thank you Wasim for the kind invite. Appreciate it. I will be available if you have any question. This is just a teaser to know what do we have. And I'm happy to answer any question that you have. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. I think we have, not yet. Okay, I think you have more slides. Okay, right, you go. Yeah, so again, please take a moment to rate the session. All right, now we move on to our next session. So for our next session, I would like to invite two speakers from GBM. I would like to invite Joy Paul. Joy is the regional leader of analytics, AI, risk, and ESG at GBM. Also like to invite Fadi Ataya Atta. Fadi is the senior team leader for the Digital Business Solutions Unit at GBM. And they're going to take this discussion forward and talk to us a little bit more about how data and AI can be leveraged for driving your digital business. Joy and Fadi, if you can come onto the stage, please.
He will be starting first.
Okay, so we'll wait for Fadi to get his technology organized. Welcome, Fadi.
Thank you.
Is that working?
Sorry, the power of that mic was off.
Welcome,
Thank
over
you.
to you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello all. It's always a pleasure to be here. Let's put it in this way, as everybody said. Everybody insists about the importance of the data. Now, okay, everybody's saying with these sessions, okay, data, okay, Fadi. Data is important. We all agree data is important. Let's do a quick alignment around the terminologies, around what we mentioned during those sessions, then move with the challenges and the suggested solutions for those challenges, the actual technology, then moving with my colleague Joy around some use cases. So we agreed all data is a fact of a specific information that can be used for reasoning or calculation. AI, in a simple way, simulating a human process or a human intelligence. Both of them needed for التحول الرقمي or digital transformation. Everybody talking about it. Take this out of my pocket. And the digital transformation, we all agree that it is a process to be ready for the current and the future challenges, mainly with the three pillars, to be ready with your own strategy, with support that strategy.
No, they're getting a mic.
might be available as Shanawan was saying, it's available everywhere. In the recent days, it was only on premise, but recently we have more and more data sources. What we are telling you here, as a GPM and IBM, we are trying to tell you, okay, use the same methodology, take decision based on evidence, but leverage the new technology, use the new technology that we are providing here with the digital solution team. So let's use the robotic process automation, let's use the AI. How to use it with the challenges we have. All of us in different sectors, we have different challenges. Those challenges shared among all sectors. So, for example, we have a challenge around the imagine that we have a way to predict the curriculum in the universities where we need to prepare the student to study the topic that there is a clear demand in the future for that topic. So we have future vision around the demand for the next 5 to 10 years about specific technology. Let's go a little bit back, let's double check. Let's go back to the early stages of those manpowers and prepare them so we can predict the demand and management. And in any area also we can predict that. We need to have a real-time reporting. We need to have the real-time reporting dashboards or visualizing the data to the moment of its to the current status of that data. We need to solve the predictive analysis issue. We need to utilize the new technology in an agile way, etc., etc. So there is a lot of challenges regardless of the sector we are working on. Is it in healthcare, in finance, oil and gas, or in a government entity, or retail business? But why we are doing that? We need to do that to reach to the data-driven decision. We need to take a decision with a proof. Like what Shamani said, we are trying to know the source of the data. Ranjit talked about the data lineage. I need to know where it is inherited from where. I need to have an evidence. As a caregiver, a doctor, I need to prescribe medication based on a specific diagnosis. Those diagnoses already linked to a specific symptoms. Those symptoms shared by the patient, and accordingly, I am taking the right treatment plan for that patient based on evidence, based on a real data analyzed and operationalized. But is it only about the data itself to really be looking for the data? By time, all the studies show that there is a huge amount of data by time increasing more and more. But up to which level we are extracting the knowledge out of this data, up to which level we are utilizing this data to have the knowledge. Because no matter, this is the knowledge gap, no matter the data source, is it the system on the cloud, system on the premise, we need to do a lot of work for that data. And this is the main effort around the data preparation. We need to capture the data, visualize it, simulate it, then use the data. Why we need to use it? For one of the 3 buckets we mentioned at the beginning. We need to enhance the customer experience for the processes or avoid a specific risk. More and more terms and terminologies in the IT worlds. The team talked about some of them. Shanawan was talking about the data fabric. We talked about the data velocity, and data mesh or data lake. Again, let's make sure we are all aligned. Then let's see how we can utilize those approaches and terms. So have a quick look to those terminology. We categorize them. We see on the right side, which is the cloud or enterprise data warehouse, which is the large repository for operational data, ready for analysis. And then during the past decade, we have more and more terminology around the data lake, where we can store a raw data to be analyzed or organized at later stage. So we can store structured and unstructured data. We have multiple terms around the big data volume, which is the size of the data, the variety, the type of the data, structured or unstructured, the speed of data generation, which is the velocity, and the trusted generated data, which is the veracity and the business value of the data, and up to which level data valuable enough to be utilized. Let's focus on the methods, the approach, IBM approach that Shanaway was mentioning, the data fabric or fabrication, which is an architecture approach with set of technologies that help you to simplify the complexity of data integration, data exposing, or data accessibility, and other features. Data mesh more or less similar to data fabric, but the data mesh focus on the business domain. So it categorizes the database on the business domain or the user type. So what is the responsibility of the data fabric? Data fabric is responsible for 3 factors. The data accessibility, how I can get the data, okay. Data segregated across all systems, like what we showed in the previous slide. And how to manage the life cycle of the data with the compliance and governance to keep the rule applied to the same data that already accessible and to be exposed. So when we talk about the accessibility, we need to have some sort of integration tool to access the data regardless where the data is in. Either it's in enterprise data warehouse, or it's unstructured content in the data lake, or you have multiple relationship or relational database management system, and there is a lot of data on the cloud. We are trying to avoid the continuous practice that copying the data from a place to another that might increase other challenges, which is related to the governance, related to the quality of the data. Sometimes you need to copy to use the EDR, but the data virtualization to have a virtual centralized view around the data regardless of the data source. So with Data Fabric, we have the set of these tools that can give you the accessibility from a centralized view to manage the integration of all data sources regardless where it is. Managing the life cycle depends on 2 factors, the governance factor and the compliance. So to apply the specific governance for the data, you need to use a specific tool that comes out of the box with something called Cloud Back for Data. We will talk about at the end of the session. So we are utilizing the active metadata. We can do some sort of masking for the data according to the applied governance for the data. You can hide specific data. You need to use a role-based access control to have a proper lineage or the source of the data. With the compliance, it's industry specific. According to each industry, they have specific compliance or specific rule applied to these data. So there is a GDPR or CCP. If you are in the finance sector, you need to be compliant with the FCRA. If you are in the healthcare sector, you need to be health information, privacy, and accountability compliant. So those compliance come out of the box with the data fabric. When you talk about the data or exposing the data, okay, accessible, follow the specific governance, and apply the compliance. Okay, now we need to give the data to the end users or the team who will expose the data to the decision maker in a way to be utilized operationally. So we need to have proper enterprise catalog for the data, so the data accessible, extracted, reside in the right enterprise catalog. It can be utilized by the business analyst, the data scientist, or the application development who are already using a specific analysis tool. They are using predictive analysis or BI tools. Those tools, although it is compatible with multi-vendors, it needs to be compatible with open source tools also, which will help us, the whole concept, to have trustworthy AI and avoid the fairness, avoid the biasness, show the fairness, to have, again, a data-driven decision or proof that there is no biasness in the extracted data. Without taking more time, I'll open the floor to my colleague Joy to give us some sort of lesson learned and experience from other projects.
Thanks, Waleed. That's the way you can actually get a good leave it out. So for the next 10 minutes, we thought, look, we've been there, done that. Instead of just telling us a use case, tell about in terms of where we actually failed, so that you don't fail. So this is actually a lessons learned. Now, there are many lessons learned. We just picked up three for you. Just before we kind of put this across, understanding terminologies makes life simpler. Digital transformation is one of the most heavily abused words these days. Anything that you talk about, oh, that's a digital transformation. And I also had the same problem, is this a digital transformation, yes or no? Here is a small explanation which actually kind of came on. We always transform, be it using Excel. Excel is a good transformation tool. At the time when Excel was actually being done, we always had these problems and we had a methodology to kind of come over it. Then what is transformation? The right definition for that is if you are using the new technologies available. So it's not just an old technology, there is a new technology available. Are you using that? That falls under the bracket of transformation. So you put digital, and I was actually having a talk with Dr. Dheeraj. He said, if you're not using digital, then you are in the archaic age. You need to use it. So just to kind of get that particular thing, digital transformation. When we do that, we're using something new that we never existed. And we will make some pitfalls. And we made a fair share of pitfalls. So we're going to pick up three. This particular first use case, you're going to pick up cases actually. Okay, the first use case is a governance, risk, and compliance. We implemented this to a largest telco, and right now we are almost in the process of finishing for the largest central bank in the region. So it's a governance, risk, and compliance, and how we infused AI in it. So what is the digital transformation here? We were doing governance, risk, and compliance. All of us are doing governance, risk, and compliance from the time that we actually kind of been running a company. But what we did as a digital transformation is use the AI, and that's the difference. And when we did that, we made a fair share of mistakes. One point we want to kind of highlight to you. Okay, with that particular point, the use case we are saying is making data accessible is a challenge. Again, making data available is the one thing. Oh, you have here data, you have the data on cloud, you have the data on motion, you have unstructured data, structured data, put all things together. This is making data available, and that was our notion. Put the data available, put AI on top of it, things will work. Then we realized we have a fundamental problem there, and just stay with me when I actually kind of take through this problem. Making data accessible, not available, accessible. Terminologies are important. Okay, stick with me. Now, the more you have it, the more you realize the lack of data. This is perennial. So it's not that, oh, I've got this now we are good. This is a continuum. Now, the pitfall which we actually realized is to make it machine readable of your collective knowledge. Okay, the good analogy out here is that I speak Malayalam, for example, he speaks Hindi, you speak Arabic, and I don't speak Arabic. Imagine we put all of us together in one room. We are all together, but we don't communicate with each other. If the same problem applies, you just put the data together, but if it is not machine readable format, there is a problem. Let me introduce to you what I mean by that. Okay, so if you understand retinopathy, that's a rare disease for the eyes. My wife is an optometrist, so there are proliferative and non-proliferative. There is actually a central serous retinopathy, and you also have a hypertensive retinopathy. And say, what are you speaking? Hello? Yeah, I'm speaking English. Why are you not understanding it? That's the problem. Just because I've got data and it's English in language, the machine is not able to understand. Are you with me? And that's the problem we faced. So this particular 2 use cases, we implemented governance, risk, and compliance. So we had an operational module in shape, and I'm going to show you an example. The data itself does not make the new oil. Data with relationship, that's the way. You need to understand the context. It's just not English. So you need to know for that particular base, and in this particular case, retinopathy, you need to understand what these words, which is specific to that particular lingua, needs to be. In the risk, you need to kind of define certain of those terminologies which makes sense in risk. So we implemented operational risk, we implemented internal audit management, business continuity management, InfoSec. So you got all this, did across. We realized what is a risk gap? Now that's a very risk terminology. What is a risk appetite? It's not that risk, it's an English connotation to that. Are you with me? Now, only when we did this, then we started getting amazing results. So stay with me on this particular thing. This is the dashboard that we got. Now, we didn't have a problem in that. The tool delivered that. The problem actually kind of happened is the next phase, which is we have still not figured out the typical mechanism of the language itself. So when I asked a question, what is a control gap, it didn't understand it. Now, you can do in 2 ways. You can actually kind of create a code. When you ask control gap, give this answer. Now, just to understand what is control gap, let's 101 on risk. Now, I do not know how many of you are from the risk parlance. Let's say how we define typically risk is that you've got a business entity, whichever organization you are. You have processes that you do. For each processes, we identify what the risks are. For each of those risks, then we say, how do we mitigate them? How we mitigate is by controls. So far, so good. And then periodically, we do test and test results. This is what actually happens in a risk parlance. Why I'm saying this is you'll understand where the problem is. Okay, so just to understand, you've got risk. To mitigate risk, you've got control. Now, control should not exist. So what is the relationship between controls? Can be mitigated by controls. That's a relationship. Just having risk data, just having control data will not cut the bill. You need to send the relationship. That relationship, the AI should be able to read it. In retinopathy example, not just put the data, but also those terminologies which are very specific to that. In oil and gas, in transportation, you have those terminologies surrounded to supply chain. That needs to be inculcated. If you kind of get that, that's the context. You call relationship in the rightful word. If you want to kind of get bored with one more word, and the whole aspect is actually called the taxonomy. It is important for the data, and this has not been done. And we didn't do either when we started it. We started in actually kind of getting the data together. So that's our first lesson. Not just getting the data, but, and the risk framework is just as a microcosm. It's a much bigger model in a risk parlance, what all things will actually happen. Imagine you have the data only, but not the relationship, not the ontology. We went across and available actually bot. So there are many bots available, be a transaction bot. All these bots have one common problem. That is, they have data, and to kind of answer the question, you will make an FAQ approach. You ask a question, you will actually type it in. If he asks this question, give this answer. But it's not understanding the lingua. In this particular case, that's where, again, referring back to Ranjit's case, we used a true conversation AI. And if you ask the question, show me control gap, I didn't put an FAQ for that. It automatically understood what he means is, show me all the controls which do not have a risk associated. Are you with me? Just imagine the power of it now, because now you made the AI discover that with you. You didn't code it. And that's the power if you actually kind of have the relationship done. Okay, so what's the learning? We used a tool called Watson. You'll find that all kinds of channels, not just a chat bot. It could be a voiceover, it could be your WhatsApp, and you can actually ask that question from any of these channels, ask the question, it kind of gave the answer across. So in this example that I talked about, what we did is that we made that language, and the Watson has got the capability where you can define the relationships. Not just the data, but the data relationships between the data. And out here, we use this particular tool called Open Pages. In your context, this could be an ERP solution. I mean, in this case, we went ahead and did this, but this could be your supply chain solution. It could be anything out here. It could be documents. We'll come to the documents as a use case as the last one. But you got what I'm trying to say. We made the mistake of just putting the data and putting an AI on top of it. Okay, this thing will work. Didn't work. But when we stood the relationship, it automatically started understanding because English as an NLP was already available. Arabic as an NLP is already available. But Arabic now understood the language of risk. With me? So, if you're doing and if you're serious about this particular thing, reach to us. If you want to do pure play governance, risk and compliance, reach to us. But if you want to kind of do AI-infused governance, risk and reach to us. We'll help you in that particular journey. Okay, so which data you want, that's up to you, not just GRC. This is our example. It could be for any data source, actually. Great. And we are good. So if you look at the Gartner, subsequently, Watson has actually been ruling the charts when it comes to AI understandability. So you're in good hands. Great. So what's the lesson learned? Making data accessible, not just available, accessible. For whom? For the machine to understand it automatically, not us to understand. Okay. So data and knowledge in the context that we talked about, we implemented in government and one quasi-government and a telco, which we talked about, but can be applied to any organization. And the services that we used was Watson and Open Pages. Great. So we got first thing done. The second problem, second lesson that we learned. And that's basically what we kind of called as a day 2 of AI. So this particular case, we actually kind of went ahead and did for a large bank in the region. In fact, today, 4 p.m., there is a reference call for another bank, actually, which went on. Oh, here is what actually kind of happened to that particular bank. One of the first things that we actually kind of did, and this is for any project that we do now, we're doing a journey mapping with a priority. It's not AI for the AI's sake. Map how your customer, because end of the day, we all stand for the customer. How the customer journeys, that mapping needs to be done, and then identify which all areas you want to improve. That priority needs to be there. So we do any did in this particular case, and went ahead. So there is day 2, before we kind of jump into day 2, day 0 is important. That is ensuring that you collect all the data points, identifying where the data is, collecting it, exploring it, making the right connection, making the data in a good shape. That's important. And then we also told that from the last learning, make the relationship. Hang on to that particular thought. And then what we do is that we go, if it is a structured data, we kind of go for the next phase, making models to it. So in this particular case was actually for a bank and for retail and for commercial. For retail, we came across, we collected the data, we prepared it for analysis, and we identified few use cases. You had a digital banking dashboard that actually kind of came across, and then we made the models, built and trained models, and deployed them. Now, the problem happened later, but I just want to kind of give you, that's the day 1. So day 0 is collecting, day 1 is making models, making AI models, making ML models. So we made them. So that's the quick dashboard interface, but we made models. We made a portfolio analysis model. The bank that we are talking about, we made 17 models actually. Now, just want to kind of give you an example. That's a screenshot with a permission that we actually kind of gotten. It looked into the portfolio analysis, segmentation was done. We then went ahead and did a churn. That went on, we looked at the accuracy, those came in. We finally made the results in a recurring manner. Now, the problem is here, and which is what we kind of call it as the day 2 problem. I want to kind of make a clear distinction. What we now look at big data. So this particular customer, we had 3 million transactions close to all the 5 years. We're talking about almost around half a terabyte of data for all their customers. So that's a huge volume of data. Qualifies definitely for a big data. Now, big data is not necessarily the Achilles foot. It's actually the Achilles foot. Why? More than big data, what you really need is variety of data. So the data that we actually kind of got is essentially for people who are aged above 30 and above. We're essentially male. We're essentially Asian in origin. This particular country they're talking about had a very expat population, and the data set was that. This was the real data. Whole data, the data looked big. You see the problem? The moment a woman who is less than 30 years, a nationality, is automatically there is a biasness in the data. And we overlook this. we overlook this biasness because we say, that's my actual data. And we do not look into, is there a biasness to it? So we need a tool to kind of look into that biasness. And that's the day two issue. Not only biasness, but also in terms of drifting. Also in terms of explainability, this model which is actually kind of came in. So you need something which specializes in that context. And what we had is a tool which we use from Watson, which gave you what's the fairness of the model that you have got. What's the accuracy? Is there a drop in accuracy? And this is a continual process. It's not that you've made a model, it will work for that. And that's a day two problem. So if you're making AI models, look into this aspect. Look at the ethics of the question. This is very important. We do not look into these kind of questions. Are you with me? So not just make models, but make models which are ethical. Make models which do not have biasness. Make and you might actually kind of weave into that particular thing. Oh, we've got a big data. That should be good. And we made accuracy percentages which are actually kind of good. Okay. So that's the second lesson that we learned. Not just AI, but it has to be trustworthy AI. It has to be trustworthy AI, and that's key. Okay, so managing day two, day one, and day zero, also on AI data and knowledge and driving are the enterprise agility. So the context is very important, but also in terms of thing. With me? Okay, one more last one before we kind of sign it up. So this example, what I talked about is for a banking, and also we deploy this for a custom. So we had this data of all the materials which are imported to this particular country, and that whole data. Was there a biasness towards a certain region or a nation? Because we are not actually have a speculative data. Is there a biasness towards a certain product? Because we didn't have that actually data. So that's what the case, what actually happened in the customs. The solutions we actually kind of used, if it interests you, Studio and OpenScape. That brings to the next one, and this is big. Unfortunately, Kuwait is not faring great in this particular area, but that's something that you can actually kind of endorse on. Now, that's the okay. So this is our approach actually to kind of manage your day zero, day one, day two. We've got a very award-winning, repeatable methodology. It's called the D6: discover, define, design, develop, deliver, and drive. And it's a loop approach. Very proven. So speak to us if you have any of these ones. We can do a workshop. And Shenwani actually kind of mentioned on the client engagement model, that workshop. So it goes together to kind of create an MVP for you. So that's a call across. Okay. That brings us to the third one. We always done performance management. What is performance management? At the end of the day, every one of you sitting here is performed. Is actually being monitored for your performance. Every one of us. We've got a target, we've got certain, and we do this. This is business 101. So we have got scorecards, we have got those balanced scorecard approaches or any of those mechanisms to kind of do our performance management. This has been there. But there is a new initiative right now. There is a new imperative. It's called a sustainable performance management. And what are we talking here? So when you say sustainable performance management, there are three components to it which is coming. It's called the ESG, which is environment. S doesn't stand for sustainability. It stands for social. And G stands for governance. And you need to kind of look into the scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. If you do not know what is scope 1, please do the reading because that's the way it has been measured actually. Okay, so 87% of the companies say that ESG performance is. As we speak, today onwards, Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week, the second edition has actually started. Countries have got now so much that they have regulations and mandates actually and events which is geared up to that. Just to kind of give you a perspective. Now, to show you a report how it looks like, it is so important that you cannot think of a company without a balance sheet. You cannot think of now, going forward, a company without an ESG report. It's that important. And you said that how many number of people are there, but it's only 20% of the companies who are actually putting to it. The good part is that we have worked with in the region with many companies, and we can give you that particular help. Now, how does an ESG look like? So let's start with the environment. And again, you need to do this as an exercise, as roadmap with you. Each organization, its commitments are different. Good thing is right now, COP27 is actually happening. There we go. if you look at the first part, it is talking about the things that we use. I mean, net zero is by 2050. You know what net zero means? That everything should be renewable. This particular screen out here, to the thing out here, to the clicker out here, everything is net zero. That's what it actually means, net zero, by 2050. It's not far away. We are not even bothered about it, actually, as a nation, as a company. So it's a big thing. So are you putting across in terms of your energy source that is coming in? Is that a renewable source? What is a cut? Or is it a fossil fuel? Measure that actually. We never had a measurable mechanism. We had viewpoints to it. The people that we actually kind of have, is there a diversity and inclusion? Is there fairness to the people who are working across? When a problem hits, there's a problem actually, there was a flooding out there. As a company, do you actually kind of contribute to that? Is there a volunteer organization that you'll go and do? Or it's me, myself, and my performance? We always bothered actually about our top lines and bottom lines, and not really in terms of the ethics of the company. The sustainability aspect of it, we as a community, the community, if you don't have the community, the company doesn't exist. Measure that actually out, and how are we using AI to do this? In terms of the boards who run this particular company, is there a mechanism like a whistleblower? Is there a mechanism to ensure there is no corruption, there is no collusion? Okay, so it's not just those three use cases which Fadi was mentioning. There is a fourth imperative, and that's the ESG imperative. Talk to us on this particular thing, because only 23% of the companies even have a roadmap to that. We have had a good practice on that, where we are moving not just from shareholder to stakeholder, and stakeholder is everybody. That's a good 70 plus customers. It has got the major banks in the region. It has got some of the major telcos in terms of government. Look at the RTA, Dubai Police, DIFC. It has got some of the largest transport and logistics. So we've been there, done that, and made that ESG strategy for them. And we can actually kind of help you in yours. And how are we doing that? We go through the entire yardstick of preparation, integration, report, and launch. Why we are saying is that the mistake, or not the lesson that we learned, is that we focus and not a sustainable performance management. I mean, you went out there, the new IFRS has got, you also need to kind of provisions to kind of report your ESG. So things are actually kind of happening. If you're not prepared, this is the time to make a call. And what we're doing AI is that's the beauty. This data, which has been published by other companies, is available on the cloud. We can take the data as PDF, and the AI will read what their metrics is automatically for you. Are you with me? You do not have to type it in. The AI will auto-read those particular reports. So, for example, if you are a bank, we already have the Bank of Abu Dhabi Islamic Bank. You got from the FAB. You got from the Emirates NBD. Those reports you can key it in, and it will tell you these are the metrics which they're doing, instead of you keying it in. And that's an AI. And how we do it is this technology, very, very powerful. You load the data, which is on the left, you train that, and this is actually around pages. You just train that for the first few pages, for first 5 pages, and then hit the button on. You see on the right-hand side, that's the context. It will auto-read for you and give you how you and me would read that particular document. And that's the power of using AI in doing sustainable performance management. Great. So we can, again, we have taken ESG report on this, but in your case, it could be any other report. It could be a published disclosure, any data format. You can actually kind of pick that up and let the machine do the work, and that became a part of your database, which you can do. Great. So that's the key thing in terms of moving from a shareholder to stakeholder. So we just thought there are many lessons, but highlight to you what is a ticking bomb, and give that across to you. This is applicable to all the cross sectors. We are interested as to what's the exact technology. That's Planning Analytics, Sustainable Square, and IBM NVZ. That's the solution that we actually kind of did. And this is a use case which can be applied. We saw the 70 plus customer references that we have got. Great. So it's not just making data available, making data accessible. So putting the data and knowledge in the context. It is not just the day 0 and day 1, but think about the day 2 of AI, which is more in terms of the ethics on the biasness. That's something that we learned the hard way. You don't make the mistake. Speak with us and we can do it. Don't think about performance management. think about sustainable performance management. And how do we do this all together? I want to kind of call on Fadi to make that actually ending.
MIT's one, just look to the whole sentence. Data collection and the preparation is the most time-consuming and difficult part of AI. So we need to have to do a lot of work with the data before moving forward. What we talked today about is one of the solutions that we have. IBM already prepared multiple cloud packs that pre-integrated AI-powered software, and today we talk about only the cloud pack for data. We have 6 cloud packs. As Joy said, reach to us. We can do some sort of MVP with you to implement one of those cloud packs according to each use case you might have according to your industry. So from its name, if you have a quick look, we have a cloud pack for application where most of the development tool already integrated together and ready to be used, containerized, and can be hosted in any cloud or multi-cloud. Cloud pack for data, the one we talked about today, which include the data fabric and other integration tool. The cloud pack for integration from its name, it's implementary, and the cloud pack for automation, where you have the enterprise content management systems and other related tools. We have the multi-cloud management and the cloud pack for security. As we said, you can teach us the GTM digital solution team, and we can together create some sort of POC or MVP case for you to do that solution, and utilizing the team that Shanawan and Joy mentioned,
Yeah.
the client engineering team, and there is a data
D6, yeah, correct.
yeah, using the D6 model. Thank you very much, appreciate it, and enjoy the day.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Please scan the QR code for to share your feedback.
وسيم جاهز؟ شو الحال؟ شوي عالي بركة. اوكي عالي
So welcome and over to you.
استبشر ان احنا صباح الخير. Welcome back. أنا مسرور طبعا بوجودي هون. I'm pleased to be here. I think this is my first visit to Kuwait in 3 years. I'm old-timer and been doing IBM systems for more than 25 years. I've started early 90s image processing systems. And at the time, it was really the cutting edge of computing. But now, actually, is the real cutting edge of computing in the world of AI and digitization. Actually, I was amazed because we are talking about digitization, and systems, computer systems, are digitized since, I think, more than 6 years, 01. Okay. In this short 20 minutes, I would like to about the hardware systems, the infrastructures. My colleague discussed data and AI, which is surrounded by applications. And as all of us we know, the applications and data will sit and run on systems, the hardware. And actually, the new world now, there is some dynamics. My colleagues already expressed how the business is moving. There is demand, which is dynamic. IT infrastructure needs to respond to the business demands, right? And the cyber security threats all over the world. So platforms need to be secured and protected. And of course, there is sustainability, which is basically to do more with less. So these are some of the criteria I would think any customer or any enterprise would like to have it in their platform. And above all, it should be resilient and highly available. Because of all of this digitization and the applications which is now available to the consumer and to the business at the same time, if these not available and highly available, then it's worth nothing. So I would like to stress we have a new expectations now, and partially the expectations is actually enforced by the cloud. You know, cloud, everybody's talking about the cloud, and there is some expectations. All organizations now, they would expect even from on-prem systems to satisfy these requirements. It has to be responsive to the business demands, right? It has to be scalable. Whenever there is a surge on the information required or the users, the system should take up this new demand. And of course, it has to be resilient. It has to be flexible, even in payment terms. Like this is almost a wish list to pay as you use, right? So this is actually, if was available on any platform, I would say this is the perfect platform, okay? Just, I think this would be the only slide where I show some products, right? IT systems basically two sides, the servers, the compute, and the storage. The server side, mainly we have two families, the IBM mainframe, which I would just call it to my colleague now, this is the biggest single Linux box in the world, okay? So the IBM mainframe is really a Linux box, plus its traditional role to run the OS for Z, the mainframe operating system, ZOS, right? We have another set of servers, which is the fastest servers used to be and is in the world now. And recently IBM announced the Power 10 based processor, which is basically the power servers, which is again the most scalable server, which runs multi-operating systems, including Linux, Unix, which is AIX, and IBM I. And of course, the third category, which is the IBM storage systems. Now you see the high end of IBM storage systems, which is enterprise storage, but IBM storage is not limited to only high-end storage. It actually scaled down to flash systems, which is basically to serve small and medium users, along as the other peripherals which you would expect from backup tape libraries, for example, SAN switches, etc. So the full storage fabric. So this is IBM hardware, and that's it. Now my mission is to tell you how IBM would be able to serve your needs, all right? I said before, 5 categories. It has to be responsive to the business demands, right? It has to be secure by protecting the data. It has to be highly available and resilient, because nobody can stand a downtime on any system, right? And it has to be sustainable, which means you can do more, you should do more, paying less, okay? Or using less resources. And the fifth, the last but not least, basically, which is the topic of today, data and AI. AI needs to be streamlined to run to the core itself of the system, okay? So it's not isolated in its own server or just dedicated to running AI. Now the idea is to bring it into the server next to the data, so data runs and can manage the AI modules, okay? So responsive to the system. Basically, business can at any time expect surge on demand, okay? Your system should be able to take up the demand immediately and scale up. And as you would expect now, even from the cloud, you would like to pay per use. So now all IBM systems are equipped with a metering that you can start with a main frame and the basic component, which comes equipped with extra hardware, which you are not paying for it. You start paying once you use it, okay? So this is basically how we categorize the responsiveness to the business demand. The second thing, this system should be able to famous containerized applications. Now, basically, to be able to migrate applications between platforms and to have the flexibility on multi-cloud, you need to have a common platform. At the moment, the most common platform is the OpenShift containerization, which is now supported in all IBM systems, okay? So this is really a big advantage for us, especially on OpenShift, since both are actually IBM products. And IBM now makes sure that this OpenShift actually runs on IBM system in the best possible way. I would like to ask you, who among you doesn't have or your organization doesn't run on IBM? Anybody? Or all of you run IBM systems? Okay, I think one gentleman there. But yeah, this is excellent. So we are in friendly atmosphere here. All right. So this is the Red Hat story, where you are able actually to move your applications between different systems. The second most important is to protect your data and security. This is actually, I'm talking about the platform security here. It is not only the data center security, yeah? So if your platform is really protected, which is the main building block for security, you need to have some characteristics. And now actually it is built in on IBM systems. Things like memory encryption. We all know like data reside on our storage and it moves to the processor, then goes to memory. And in any stage, if any hacker managed to get into your access to your memory system by taking a dump, I know it's not easy, if you can say, to access memory, but memory now can go up to several terabytes, okay? And anybody, if they took a dump of your memory, this memory by default on IBM systems is encrypted. And IBM actually is challenging the hackers basically that this is quantum safe cryptography, literally. Like a computer trying to hack into IBM system, this is supposed to be protected. So this is what we call it, quantum safe cryptography. So this is a natural feature of IBM system. And as you know, even protection should include storage. The data at rest and in motion. And this is actually detecting, responding, and recovering any cyber. Here on IBM systems, we have like cyber resiliency, which provide, for example, safeguarded copies, which actually you can have a copy which is protected of your data, which you can go back into this copy, which is 100% protected even after there is hacking or any manipulation of your data. So I took these two examples just to show you how data protection and security are built onto IBM systems. This is AI and how IBM managed to streamline AI. Typically, you build an AI model, right? Most of the cases, you will use hardware. IBM invented that if AI model can run on the same hardware system, which actually manage your operational data, this is the ideal situation. But how can you do that? Because the processor is designed to be a general purpose processor. But on IBM systems, for each core in the hardware, there is what is called MMA, Matrix Math Accelerator. So this is an AI engine attached to the IBM, every core of IBM processor has 4 agents of AI. By testing, and this is based on real life, it was 5 times faster than the AI accelerator. So you build your AI model, you design it, you build it, but you run it on your general purpose system, which is the IBM server. And in this case, you don't need the specialized hardware to run your AI models. So this is the second one. And this is of the hardware, like where IBM managed to build the AI accelerator in the processor. Maximize availability. Here I will just take a snapshot of a recent study, I believe 2021 study. See at the bottom, this is the IBM systems with the least unplanned downtime. This is a reality, and I think many of you IBM customers experience like you have the least outages compared to any other platform. So this is without a say, this is a main feature of IBM systems being highly available. The last point is sustainable compute. Sustainable compute is a nice term because it means do more with less. And how IBM achieved this? From study days, all heard about Moore's law. And actually it's not a law, I think, it's a theory, where Moore were predicting like every 3.5 years, computing power will be doubled every 3.5 years, right? And this was actually correct. I think even between 90s and 2000, early 2000, it was even more, the acceleration. But in the last 2-3 years, we noticed the curve is flattening, and Moore's theory is not applicable anymore, which means vendors like IBM with its processor, with its x86 architecture, they are not able actually to increase performance solely by increasing the megahertz. So system builders like IBM and others, they need to think of other ways to increase the performance of the systems, which is basically, IBM is in a unique position actually, because they produce their own processor and they build the system as a whole. As you know, systems is a processor, memory, and I/O. So IBM focused on widening the bandwidth of the memory and the I/O and the communication between them. So the overall design of IBM allows us basically to be 3 to 4 times faster per core compared to other architectures, okay? So that's why I think this was a real example here. 126 Intel servers running Oracle database were replaced by 3 servers. And this was actually in the previous generation. The new generation, it was replaced again by 2 servers. So it has a high impact actually, not reducing only the footprint of the server, which is of course reducing the CEO footprint by a factor of 5, but actually it reduces the software licenses. Okay, so this is what we call it the total cost of ownership. The TCO usually on IBM systems really saves you cost of the software licenses, plus all the advantages comes with do more with less. Another example which I like is OpenShift. This is a true example because I was part of the team last year analysis, and basically someone was interested to a platform to run OpenShift. And they have a challenge because even their data center is too small, they cannot afford server farm. So we accepted that challenge and we tested basically OpenShift on non-IBM and IBM. And the result was 1 core of IBM system managed to run 4 times better than non-IBM. So this was really a good example of sustainability and do more with less. The list is too big, which basically shows you many operating on IBM, whether it is Linux, Unix, IBM I, and many supported ISV applications, solutions, and architectures. So over 15,000. I have here additional 2 points. I'll mention it because it's I know it's important. Many of you run Oracle databases. Oracle actually and IBM, they've been cooperating in the last 30 years or more. And it is fully running on IBM systems with different flavors, whether it is the Linux on mainframe or Unix on power systems. So we are achieving the best performance for Oracle databases on IBM. My estimation, it depends on the exact situation, but the 2 to 3 times of Oracle licenses if you are moving on IBM system. A second bit, SAP, which is as well, now SAP really, like I've seen customers, they have literally a server farm. One of them is a big retailer in Emirates. I think we have 66 servers. And we replace it with 3 IBM servers, production, high availability DR, and a 4th one for IoT. So this was a real example of sustainability and reducing the customer server farms into only few servers. And the result was saving the cost of the software licenses, energy, manageability, and all the resources. So my last chart, personally, I'm IBM. And you know that last many years, IBM was #1 awarded patents in the US, which means the inventions. Up to today, actually, we don't hear of IBM inventions a lot, because mainly it is focused on the enterprises, while other companies may be focused on the consumers, so you'll see them more in the news. But here still, IBM is #1 in US in the patents. And IBM systems is constantly rewarded in the best performance and availability and resiliency of the systems. This is the end of my presentation. If I want you to take things. Okay, it's the range. If you need any of the features which I've mentioned, whether it is reducing your software licenses by doing more with less, or you would like to increase your data protection and security, or you would like to increase availability, all your pain points, we can address it with assessment workshops. So if you indicate with us what is your pain point, or actually we can come and discuss to discover your pain points, then actually we can advise you on the right platform to put your investment and to host your precious data and applications. So this is my offer to you. We can conduct these assessment workshops as you like to address your needs. I think that's it, and thank you. Our next would be Ranjit.
So we'll have a panel discussion
So let me introduce my panelists. I'd like to invite onto the stage Engineer Amna Alvarez. Engineer Amna is the Head of Technical Support Department, the Information Systems Directorate, Ministry of Interior, Kuwait. Engineer Amna, if you could come on the stage. Also, let me invite Mr. Osama Al-Ustad. Mr. Osama is Website Development Supervisor at the Public Authority for Civil Information, PASI. Mr. Saad Al-Obaid. Mr. Saad is a Senior Systems Analyst, Kuwait Oil Company, KOC. And I would also like to invite Wasim Suleiman, the General Manager for GBM Kuwait, on the stage as well. So let's get Wasim mic'd up and join us. Welcome, Wasim.
Hello.
So thank you very much, gentlemen and lady, for joining this panel discussion. First, please check your microphones. Is everyone's microphone working? We had some challenges.
Hello. Yeah.
All right.
Just, yeah.
Okay. So we've heard a lot about transformation and what is digital transformation and so on and so forth this morning. Ms. Saad, if I can start with you. From a KOC perspective, where are you on the journey, and what are the key projects that you'll be able to realize on the digital transformation journey, and what are your digital priorities?
Yeah, thank you, Rajit. As KOC, we have a large swath of line of businesses in different areas. We have the corporate entities and exploration and production entities. And in the past couple of years, especially with the prevalence of the coronavirus and work from home, the advent of focusing on digital transformation became quite crucial. The term digital transformation is really as IT departments, we've been doing this for our entire lifespan. Everything is digital for us. But I think that the term was coined for the business side. I believe the business aspect of an organization saw the value of introducing digital into all line of businesses, and working remotely and integrating systems together. That really accelerated the adoption of these things. So taking the scale of that projects, usually organizations, they build a strategy and try to accommodate all these digital initiatives into one umbrella. And I think at the beginning that's very attractive, but with time you will find that certain line of businesses have different maturity levels, and to have one encompassing strategy on the long term is good, but on the short term, really need to focus on the value for the business. So to focus on exact areas of extracting value from that digital initiative proved to us that it's quite valuable, and to translate from the technology directly into generating revenue or improving business process is way better at the short term. And it improves later on the overall strategy. I think that helped us a lot during this time. It is really difficult to build a long-term roadmap while the earth is changing below you. So I think you need to set a roadmap long-term, however, where you find opportunities where you can surgically intervene on a specific project or a technology that is already available and enabled. You should go ahead and do it. And in many of these cases, these initiatives are the successes, and they translate into long-term strategies. And that's what we did at KOC, I think.
And in terms of priorities for the next 12 to 18 months or say 2 years, what are the big areas that you want to focus on?
I think digital twin, that's a key initiative. It's a big one, it's not something small, but the organization is looking heavily into it. I know it's a term, digital twin, and it's really hard to understand, but and it means many things to many people. But it's important because it will provide many things, so process improvement, cost saving, faster time to market, deployment of new technologies. Digital twin is really a key initiative that we have taken into consideration. Yeah.
Excellent. I think that's I think many oil and gas companies are focusing on digital twin and as I said, it brings together so many different technologies to enable those digital twins. Yeah. Interesting. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Amna, if I can come to you. So from a Ministry of Interior perspective, what are the key digital priorities for you?
As Ministry of Interior to provide many services for citizens and residents, our goal as Ministry is to simplify and automate and make all the services available for people through our channels, which is now mainly from Sahel application and our website. Our priority now is to release our MOI application for the mobile. It was stopped maybe last year and we are releasing it soon. This is our one of our priority. And the second one, it is like to simplify the services and we facing like rules or law that is like let us like complete our like service cycles. Okay? And the priority for us is to utilize our IBMZ. We have it, so now we are like implementing OpenShift on it, so we can use it with IBM Cloud Bank, and we will have like our private cloud. This one will let us using like containers and open like .NET, Node.js, and also will let us using DevOps to simplify the development process and monitor the life cycle for application. These are the main things now, and also just for MOI, it's not just provide the services for the public, it is also for the MOI itself. So we are like now want to like also to make all the processes we have like for registration for the academy. This is the main thing we are like focusing on it, and for digitalizing all the services we have, also for the police affairs services and residency and also election, so many things.
Excellent. So you obviously have to cover a number of different services as well as, and to deliver these services at a level of high effectiveness, and also internal as well. So internal services to other departments as well. So there's a lot of slew of services that you have to deliver. And you mentioned that you're also focusing on cloud and hybrid cloud and to modernize your technology layer as well, and also to modernize your applications, containerization, new containers, and so on. Excellent. So lots of things to do over the next 12 to 24 months for you. Very, very exciting. Thank you so much for that. Mr. Osama, if I can come to you, similar kind of questions from PASI's standpoint. What are the big priorities that you have? What are the big initiatives that you're focusing on?
Good afternoon, everybody.
bank of information for the state of Kuwait. So we are gathering all the people's information and the, all, let's say, entities, like the establishments, buildings, and people in Kuwait. So, and we are storing this data, as you may already know also. Now the challenges came a few years back when we decided to move into to the, let's say, digital world and changing our services from the manual processes to the more automated or electronic services. So we presented many services to our clients or to our entities through our website. This is years back. Now, when the pandemic came, we accelerated our efforts to enable our services to be more published more to the crowd and citizens in Kuwait. Too many services were already moved to the digital area instead of the manual. We are registering now people without being able, or without, it's being used now widely in the state of Kuwait, and it is approved by the Minister Council, so everybody is using it right now, and it's used as a digital identification and verification. It's now used also a digital signature. People can benefit from this transformation from the manual process to the digital process. Many more services were transferred during the last year to that electronic, let's say, process instead of the manual. We have currently around 20 to 22 services were transformed already to the website. Plus, all the services were transferred to Sahel application, which is the government approved application for that state. And we are taking every initiative actually to modernize our data and convert it instead of manual or instead of complex data to more modernized data and to be used utilize our technology to improve our services and to have the best experience for our clients, including the internal or external entities. Thank you very much. So the pandemic was essentially a catalyst for you to move a significant number of your services from offline to online and to digital channels. Excellent. Obviously, if I can come to you, and maybe you can elaborate a little bit on that from a broader Kuwait, perspective. So have you seen your customers as well make that, or your customers across these industries make that transition in the aftermath of the pandemic from essentially what we're calling as towards what we essentially calling as digital first approach towards their services?
I think the mic is not okay. So thank you, Ajay, for the questions, and thank you, analysts, for attendance. Our journey with our partners in Kuwait was, like I said, a long time ago. And we still continue on this journey. And during that journey, we faced, like I said, a challenge, and that was in 2019, beginning of the pandemic. And everyone, we needed, at the same time, we need to continue the operations of the organizations, supporting them, and as well as basically, secure the people, from the spread of the pandemic. So that was the real challenge that did the transform of the country in terms of services to digital services. So if you At that time, ahead of that, we had built we transformed the services from application, and most of the customers that we have, they have historically COBOL applications, right? Which is running on the ZOS on a machine that is, it does 15 quadrillion transactions per second. And then when we said, okay, we need to do the transformation of those COBOL into services, and then we need to be able to connect to those services through a mobile platform. And having done that in the past enable us, during the challenge that we have faced, is to mobilize the services through the SAL platform. So I remember basically we had a couple of meetings with the decision maker from PASI, from MOI, from KOC, how basically we can continue working and providing services to citizens and expats, as and at the same time to prevent the spread of the pandemic. So that cell or that team start working on building that connected services, and that what we call it connected government, where basically each government entity has its own services, whether it is ready or not, is it automated or manual. So we start identifying which government entity have a manual process and which one they have services automated, in order to capture the service and basically through the Sahel platform, we basically mobilize it, and we give the citizen access to those services. Having said that, in all of these environments running in the back end, a COBOL application. Imagine we're talking about 30, 40 years applications still running, and then we mobilize those applications through the services to the mobile platform. And this is very important. What each organization was doing is building the data platform, which I mentioned in the idea about data monetization. One of the most capability that is, most of the organization are building is the data module, the data platform. The data platform, for example, in PASI, they have also as the Z15 machine, and they installed OpenShift. And the good thing is we were able to install .NET on a container, on an OpenShift, on a Z machine. Because this everybody knows, that they say, Z machine is an old technology, it's a closed technology. This is it's an open platform. Because we applied OpenShift, we built the containers, and we were able to install .NET application, .NET 6 application that runs on the containers on the Z-Box. At the same time, they have the COBOL application running on the same machine. So that's how powerful, how secure is that. This is the part where related to the transformation and building the capabilities on the data. Similar things we're doing it with MOI. With MOI, we did a tremendous work in terms of services, how to transform all those services. And we built the architecture to access the service internally as well as externally. And you see in the data model, you have to build a layer to secure the access of the services. And that's basically using IBM automation or Apple Connect, we call it API Connect. Similar thing is being used with PASI and other entities. They are using the same integration platform or data platform to enable the organization to exchange information and be integrated in terms of service. The journey is still, there is a lot to be done, and we are aiming with the government to reach to what we call cognitive government, where we can, like I said at the beginning, we look at identify the area of automation, and then we automate, and then we extend the automation with the AI. And this is where we need to start working with the government to build the cognitive government, which basically apply AI on the services so it can improve and reduce the time for the people. And I think everyone, we experience, all of us, better services that are coming. It's not the ultimate one, yes, but we are on the right track, and which help also in reducing the traffic in a certain time, because you don't have to take your car and go to each ministry entities and do the services, etc. But all of this automation has been done. Also, we did with the oil sector activities within the IoT. So we basically transformed the business. We identified an area of which Saad mentioned, mainly on oil rigs, where the pumps basically extract the oil from the rig. So what we did is basically we have sensor, and that's what we call IoT, transformations of mechanical activities into digital activities, which we can read it and we can use the AI to analyze it and predict the failures and then avoid the failures. So those type of sensors we put in the pumps and the different heat sensor, temperature, vibration sensor, and then we collect the data to our systems which generate reports and can predict the failure based on the the mechanical voice or vibrations of the pumps. So those are types of technologies that transformation that we did with our customers, and it helped a lot in the transformation journey. So like I said, digital is a journey, right? And every organization needs to build their capabilities in the five capabilities I mentioned, whether it's starting with the data, master data, data module, data warehouse, or data science and governance, as well as customer relations. So this is very important, and that will lead to the success that we are having. And inshallah, also, we have a lot of plans down the road with different organizations.
Thank you. Thank you, Wasim, for that overview of your engagement with customers in Kuwait. Saad, if I can come to you and take the point that Wasim made about POC and so on. You are building data capabilities, and you're now extending that with some AI as well. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yes, in the past couple of years, AI have been really a driving force within the organization. In the past, you hear about it, but you don't actually see it. So as the prevalence of technologies came and the theory transformed into actual practical applications, what we see a lot of teams and line of businesses, they're pitching AI projects. And they have problems that they want to solve, and that transforms into actual products that they can deploy. So one of the AI projects actually, they have a process of something called enhanced oil recovery, where they inject chemicals into the well to increase the production. This is a function only a human can do, because it's not a really math equation based on pattern recognition, understanding the nature of the well, learning by experience. And you can't really automate it. You can't put a model and you say you simulate the model and make an output. So instead they use an AI machine learning algorithm. And with that they were able to simulate what a human does and slowly make the machine learn how a human makes these decisions. And then apply them on the modeling of the well, and then they actually saw an increase in production. And they can replicate it across multiple wells, so they can scale up the operation itself, rather than having a small team that must manually do the job and observe, because it's really a fine-tuning process. It's not something that you can just automate. So technology enablement and partners like GPM helps with these, providing accessibility to the data, providing systems that are ready to have these kind of applications run with the machine, where the data storage is high and the computer resources frankly is quite high, because these AI models, they run on heavy compute systems, and because of the nature of the data accuracy is considered as a national asset, national treasures. And a combination of the size of the data, the security of the data, and to protect national interests, it's really hard to use external systems. So most of these systems actually has to be in-house within the organizations.
That is very valuable, and it will not be released to outside organizations. So having a partner like IBM or having them together here with us really can increase the value of what we can extract from existing data, what projects we can do in AI. And it's been quite successful, and we're seeing a lot, frankly, a lot of projects more than we can handle.
Thank you. Thank you, Mustafa. It's a very useful use case that you described. Adriana, if I can come to you next. So what are the challenges, and what is your approach towards building a data-driven organization?
The most challenging we have is that we have bias data in so many environments. Like we have Oracle, we have even Access, and we have like now with the online services, we have like we notice rapid increase of the data we have, and also we are like willing to build a data warehouse where we will like gather all our data from various environments. This is one challenge for us because we have like even structured data and unstructured data we have to integrate in this environment. Also, the main issue also we have lack of skilled resources. This will be like when we establish like training center, and we will cooperate with the GDM. We will have courses and software that they will provide us. So the main things we will have that build our data warehouse. So when we are building the data warehouse, we can leverage from this one to make it a better like reports, better dashboard, better indicators about our like systems and systems. Okay, and
yeah, I think that's very good. So I think in terms of building that data foundation, you have obviously, I think most organizations have challenges with skills and multiple data sources and so on. How do you build a common framework? And your data warehouse will when we at least start looking at the structure and operation, transactional data, and then you can build on that afterwards. Thank you so much for that. Mr. Osama, if I can come to you next, from a data perspective, you mentioned some of the digital products and services that you offer. How are you, when you look ahead, what are the services that you can leverage the data? Because you have access to so much of data.
Actually, we started weeks ago. We did a soft launch for the Sahel business. And we are waiting for feedback from our customers. We are aiming to the business world, aiming to the business community in Kuwait, to not also to have an experience where you can do whatever satisfy you as a business owner, but also to make life easier for you when you use this kind of applications. Now this one, after the official launch, after the feedback, we will officially launch it, and we will get our customers an experience that they will be satisfied after one day, let's say, make your life easier and make it also more benefit for you as a business owner. Now this is one. We also aim to digitalize our data to be and enable them in the future to use the AI within our data. This is a big step actually. It needs a lot of collaboration with our external partners, including GM of course, and also from the external entities in Kuwait. We are collaborating already with Ministry of Interior,
Ministry of Health, and the other entities. Gathering information is one of the PASI's key of successful. It's, like we said, it's a bank of information. So almost every entity in Kuwait is using our data, using our connectivity to enable them to make better decisions and to help them in their services, to help them to modernize their service from the manual process to the digital process. Also, we are aiming to aggregate or, let's say, collect data from all these entities in order to have more predictive analysis in the future. It will help you to increase your AI experience. We can say that we are in the early stages, actually, of AI. We need a more adoption for this concept and more skills to be learned for our employees, our IT staff. But I believe this is the future, and we need to move ahead with this concept. And such summits like this will help us to make a better, let's say, decision to move forward with this concept. So it's not a small world anymore. It's a big world now, and moving forward with such new technologies will make us a better organization. Thus, the experience will be shared among the others. When you give them a success story, it will be like a guideline for them to start. It will encourage everybody to start with this concept. So, in the near future, we will see more AI involved processes, or let's say decision making. So we are very optimistic to move within, let's say, the next 2 years from now to have a better involvement for the AI in our processes and services, and we can contribute it with you in a couple of years.
Excellent. Really looking forward to to those use cases and the ROI and the benefits that you get from the use of AI, and really looking forward to connecting with you afterwards.
It's actually, sorry to interrupt you, it's actually now implemented in our digital signature. We are using the cloud back, which is also have a platform, or SDK platform, which all businesses can use this digital signature. I believe KOC or the other oil partners are using this within their business. So we have some kind of AI within the platform and the SDK, and it can give you a predictive analysis in the future.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Sama. We are completely out of time, but before we close, I just want to get some closing remarks from Wasim. So Wasim, when you look at the audience here today, and you've interacted and you've engaged with many of the customers, many of the organizations in the audience, what would be your, say, 2 or 3 points of advice to the customers in the audience as they try to move and accelerate on this data and AI journey?
First of all, I'd like to thank all the audience for coming and attending this event. I said 3 important points. You need to watch out, very important, is basically identify the challenge that you have within your organization, right? It's very important to identify the challenge and being able to, as an organization, be able to address the challenge without going through major changes. So the second one is basically the journey of building the data monetizations, the 5 capabilities. Most of the organizations already engaged in that journey and that specific capabilities, whether we're talking about data, or we're talking about platform, or we're talking about data science, or governance, or customer satisfaction. So that's basically building those capabilities. It requires, honestly, 2 things. Skilled resources, especially skilled resources in the area of data. That's why I say AI and IA. And I said at the beginning, we are launching programs to educate the market and the people to leverage their skills in the area of AI as well as in the area of IA. And this basically will help you out in achieving your goals in improving the capability of the organization. The third one, when you want to do a digital transformation, because again, like I said, without data monetization, without those capabilities, you cannot go and start basically automate, because there will be challenges in different areas. So once you enable those skills, then you can start transforming. Identify the area, that you want to automate. And like I said, in the automation, there are three directions, right? So identify, automate, and then extend using the AI. Having done all of this will enable all of us as as a community, as a people in the state of Kuwait, which always giving us a lot, and then we have to give it back to the people, to the country, to the leaders, in such a way that we live a better life and, for all our current and future generations. That's my advice, and I would like again to thank everyone for coming.
Fantastic. On that note, thank you so much for joining this panel discussion. I would like to thank Mr. Ramya, Mr. Osama, Mr. Saad, and of course, Steve for joining us, and joining me on this panel discussion. Please give a round of applause.
Thank you.
Again, please take a moment to rate the session using the QR code. Right, so we have come to the end of the event today. I hope it was insightful and useful, and you have a few takeaways that you take back to your workplaces, and at least consider including some of those pieces of advice as you develop your strategy and plans for data and AI. So now, of course, we will break for lunch. So once again, on behalf of GBN and IDC, I would like to thank you very much for taking time out today and attending this event. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the day.